Hello, hello. Quite the gap down overnight, huh? We now have a double gap here from the gap up from buy side, gap below, and now holding it as resistance on sell side, which is interesting. I'm really watching this 20 to 10 area on NQ. We'd like to see that be able to hold and maintain. This is where we bid yesterday for that big push up, the end of day rally that we had. We are seeing the same buy side stepping in again to try to push us back into balance. But we do need to see over that 48.75 on NQ. So basically it's that 50 level to get us back in, build, and be able to push through this balance area from last week. But until we do that, right, this is kind of our point of contention here. So this is a good lift from that retest of our buyers from yesterday. We want to see this 50 really bid here on this look above. And then we should be able to come up and test the 70, 93, 910, right? Just need to see that happen. I don't think that there's any shorts. We shouldn't be looking for a downside until we see this 80, 79 area become resistance. Then we can look for downside. I would say that buy side wants to maintain higher lows. We want to see this value high from PVZ in the morning that we just bounced off of at 84's hold, and we want to see the ability to build above. Should be able to look for that 300 here as our first target if 92's hold is supportive. Um, Looked like we were just waiting on the Russell in the morning for this to kind of hold. And so if the Russell can get some continuation here and get over this 51.4, see us keep going. But it looks like we'll probably need to at least retest a bit of this candle on this squeeze before we get anything more. At least you want that to happen. So let's watch to see if this NQ retest can hold these previous highs supportive, hold the halfway back. If the Russell can break out, that's I think the most important thing here. Want the whole market to be moving together. Just like from yesterday, like this 65, still an incredibly important level for me. Or NQ, sorry. The flex. See if we can get this little flag to form here. We're really looking for this like 45 to 35 area to really stay bid, and then we just want to see the lift over 65 sudden. Over 65 should be good. That'll make more sense out on. We want this node to hold, right? That's what we're looking for. Ideally, right, we're looking for buy side to be present at this edge, about the mid. We want to see the dips get bought into this and be used as basically launch pad. You trade back into this structure.
The Cleveland Fed names former Goldman partner Hammack as president. So again, Cleveland Fed getting new president Hammack, who is a former partner at Goldman Sachs. So Hammack to be replacing Fed's Mester, who retires on June the 30th. More information on Hammack, who previously served as co-head of global financing at Goldman Sachs.
The most bearish thing on the day is the Russell for sure. That's really more so just neutral than bearish. ES and you still just like maintaining higher lows on POC, pushing back over and trying to get back into our balance from the large down overnight session. You can see from the market on open how much selling occurred. Right, there was a lot of profit taking in the morning compared to last night, but like pretty minimal compared to the size that was from MOC. But that is what helped cause a lot of that sell off. Okay, this is what MOC looked yesterday. That's what our market MOO, market on open, like. Yeah, it's their new format. It's very nice. The barracks. I exited one into 65s. Again, kind of my pivot. Need to see us push a bit higher. Russell lagging. I still think everything's fine, but we need to see the Russell find a low. Playing off of this 45, 46.60 kind of makes sense. Our PVZ. If we continue to just reject this 49.2, 50.4, there's not a ton here yet. We're basically looking for the Russell to continue to oscillate with NQ being able to push up on the day. It's more of a neutral basis than bullish. Really need to see the Russell be able to hold that high outside of value, or we'll continue to rotate value high to value low. So we might see pullbacks here if this POC doesn't hold. Right, we're gonna have to wait until down here first to our value low Russell. So I'd like to see this be able to double bottom here at this 44.9 on RTY, but understand that if we are going to continue doing value rotations, that we might see price action or so something. And what I mean by that is that this is kind of where we should be looking for our S and NQ positions at these edges. The Russell is going to continue to oscillate between our value high and value low. But we want to really keep an eye on just the mid, right? This is our POC on the day. It's 45, 40. But Russell looks pretty neutral still. Everything looks fine. Just trying to build and get back into our balance like we talked about, right? And we can see that we're at our first PT here. But it's going to take a bit more effort to get back inside this balance. Should be able to get a bit more movement over 80s now that we've made 65s our bid. See, that was our original target there. Now we're looking for a recovery of our weekly AV WAP. So just expect this to kind of be our resistance short term. And if we can get over our ADR and recover our weekly AV WAP, then we can probably get more up to our previous targets. Right. What we're looking for is the ability to get back of and recover our previous day value low. That's currently our resistance, which is why I'm saying what I'm saying. This needs to become supportive. We can do that, and we can recover and get back into our balance. It'll be great for the day. So testing again, our previous day value low on NQ. We would love to make this supportive on a look above, pushing into our next target on ES from the hold, is this 98 to 300, which was our bounce point yesterday, right? So very similar concept to NQ. We want to see us be able to get back into this balance, which means we need to recover this level and show that this buyer is willing to trade here again, or this will be our offer. We're just trying to get back into yesterday's balance, which makes for a pretty solid first target, right? Let me know if you guys have any questions. I was just trying to do that quickly because I'm a bit late today, and I wanted everyone to be caught up as fast as possible. Oh, the calls. Jesus. Just stop drawing horizontal line. Okay. Another rejection of our previous day value low on NQ and our 298 300 pivot on ES. Russell again in the highs, failing to push and make a high on the day. As of yet, just need to see a bit more excitement from buy side highs. Still just kind of rejecting our zero and holding that as resistance on tick. Looks like it's going to take a bit more effort to get us over here. Watching the Russell into this 46.60, 45.40 again. We really want to see buyer able to maintain this, or we'll do the full rotation. Mark this as raise. Got a minute and 20 seconds until new 15. So just want to see buy side be able to kind of gain these higher lows on ES and NQ in the meantime, and then a support a bid to kind of step in, hold us. In an ideal world, we continue to bid this 55.65. Buyers are willing to defend here, just like previous days. Like to see this be able to kind of flag here at this 55.65. That push up into our 90. Failure to do that is going to result in most likely a retest of our value high on the day. And then for yes, very similar concept. We're looking for 93 to 90 to stay bid. Russell retesting our low again. 5 still holding bid on N. New 15's just opened. Good rest of your day, Cass. It's battling for our 65 now. Offer trying to step down into it. Bid still maintaining that 55.65. But we're seeing a bit of contention here now. It's looking to 65. ES held 93s just fine. Looking for flags to be able to form. Russell showing still a bit weakness here at the lows. Later, Tatum. Have a good day at work, man. Russell weakness still. Need to see this bottom out a bit and get back over this 4660. So far, it's holding our market down. You're playing off 93s. I think this is a great first risk off into 97 on ES. Just as a retest of our current resistance. If we get over this most recent high, I think we'd probably trade to 305. We're really just waiting on NQ to make a new high and recover previous day value from Ethos 75, right? And we're waiting for the Russell to be able to break out. Again, we're holding our mid pivot still, which is fine on the Russell, but we're very dependent on us being able to push over this resistance here, or we expect all short-term moves on both NQ and ES to kind of fizzle out as we approach the high of this range, just like I talked about before. It's just us trying to get back into balance on the larger picture, right? So it's going to be a bit tough. Just trying to fight for this previous low from yesterday. Still not really seeing the excitement. It's over yet. Retesting previous day value low here again on NQ from another hold of 65. Good first risk off on NQ, back to the top of our range. 93 is held again on ES. No change. Again, just waiting for us to breach or show a much more dramatic seller here, right? Or we're just going to continue to bounce. So our first look above. See if we can do anything. I'm out 2, 1 left. See if we can get the above, or if this will continue to act as our resistance here. Previous day value low. I don't need to have these. Russell retesting value low. Again, that weakness is what's causing us to not be able to break out what it looks like to me. Another zero tick rejection as well. Still a bit of a divergence with price. What I mean by that is this low and this low are very different than what we're seeing on tick. I think we probably need the Russell into this basing down at this overnight low before we get the actual move in either direction past the full rotation. 93 is still holding, no change there. Still holding our value high on the day. It's supportive, which is just a good thing from buy side as long as we're able to maintain that. This is again where we want to see buy side defend. The issues arise when we push back into value and then this goes offer. Then will most likely something like this that results in your full rotation with POC being your first target. We just want to continue to see the bid really willing to step in here and lift. Lift, cover. 50 seconds, still new 15s and new 30-minute candles. Still maintaining our 93.90 pivot on yes. NQ a bit weaker now below POC. We see that POC has shifted to our 65 level, but just waiting on the Russell to be able to breach back above. NQ still just flagging at our previous base. No real change yet, right? Just the flag. Still maintaining our value high as supportive. I really do want to see that shift above zero on tick though relatively soon. This market's going to maintain this like pretty neutral stance. New PVZ zone just opened. Same resistance levels as that we already have been talking about. Same supportive levels that we've already been talking about. PVZ opened at 93 on ES. Our resistance on NQ is just previous value low. That 76, 74.25 area. It's our resistance. 65 is our POC for, on PV. That's our two pivots that we've been talking about over and over again. think the only thing that's really in no man's land is the Russell, and that's just the middle of our range right now. NQ's just kind of rotating ticks around POC, trying to develop out this higher node, but we're still holding higher lows. Yes, you're just trying to play off of our value high. Again, like I have written on the chart, we just went 90.93 to become maintain support, or we probably look back into value on the day. It's just we're trying to get back into balance, so there's a lot of volume that needs to be rotated here before we get our decision. But I don't think that there's anything wrong trying along here. It's just going to take a bit longer before we actually know correct this because of slowdown up at our pivot. But I think that you should be really willing to flip if we do see that look below 90s and offer stepping back in, because then buy side's basically failed, and we should be looking back down into value. So buyers are just there isn't enough interest here to keep us up. So we see like excitement from across the board. There's only structure that we can play off of to know like if we should be have like a bullish bias or not. We don't have a participant yet that is showing us that a low is in, right? All we have is a structural level of this 90.93. But if like we're continuing to make lower highs and lower lows in the short term off of our larger structure, then like the buyer isn't ready yet. Ice them. And this look below is now going to the result in this now sticking offer for a move down, rotate the range again, or it'll be excitement to push us back above value and then hopefully get us out of here. I just don't really see much to really work with here. Go long yet, other than like just a structural level and just having a stop in place, understanding what you're looking for. Yeah, and also you might be on the wrong side because you're getting in early, or you're not just playing the range. Like there was plenty of trading opportunities playing off 93s for the last, I don't know, 30 minutes, just taking profit into our known seller above that, and still like 4 points to 97s off of 93. Same thing for NQ. There were multiple opportunities to take. I said, but now you have to wait. So we're now back inside value off of a failure to continue to hold that buyer at 93s. So need to see a pretty significant lift here relatively soon, back over 90, or the offer is going to move down into this 90.93 for that rotation down to POC down at 80. like to see a pretty significant response here on it. You're going to be able to maintain the bid. This 35. Without this holding, then we get that full rotation down off the failure of value. Watch 35s now is our offer. 537. So far, pretty solid response. Still need to get us back into this range for it to really matter. Get us over 50. Watching our offer point at 90s on yes, 90.93 on this little bit of a lift off of our 87. Need to see if our seller is still there. You can see them pretty positioned at 90s on the DOM. You're watching that. See the size there, 365 watts, 70. If we get one more leg down on NQ and ES, or if buyers are able to reclaim, again, offers just sitting there at that 90. See if they can take all that size, or if that continues to remain as our resistance to short off of. Russell literally sideways. Insane. I need to change the way how levels looks here. A bit too messy for me. Ninety offer still holding on ES, pushing back down into our lows. So far, just following our path. Need to see if this 87 buyer is going to maintain, or if they're no longer interested. Same thing for NQ. Need to see if our weekly value low is now resistance, and we're going to come back down to the low of this node. You can see that we have kind of an auction that's formed like this, an LVN here. We'll watch to see if buy side's willing to defend this or defend this. Let's back up. Kind of start pivot here, waiting for a decision to be made. Market is very slow. Don't want to oversize in chop. Slow grind right now. Until we get back over 93s, I don't think that there's a great bull case here. Unless you're playing off of 87 itself. To try to play back up as your first positioning. But we need to recover value high for a look up, right? Value high is here. We're back inside. And our rules state that if we fail to hold value high, that we should be looking at that as our offer point, like we have done, and we should be looking for a move down to POC. Move your stops down if you are playing off of the entry back into value. A good area. It's now look to risk off one. I think if 87s go offer though, that will probably come back down to that 80 for the full rotation off of our pathing that we've drawn. But always a good idea as we approach to move stops up to secure gains just in case something volatile happens. Bit more room on NQ as well for the full rotation of this node like we have drawn out. But again, move your stops so that you can't lose. With the Russell as flat as it is, any sort of real positioning on either side could move the market a bit more than you expect. What's up, Sauce? Market's moving in slow-mo right now. Come on. Russell retesting our resistance here. Really need to see this look over this 46.7, 47 area to come back up to our value high. What we're watching for is just, is the Russell going to fail here again at our previous resistance? Is ES going to be able to maintain the offer here at this 90.93? Or can we recover, right? If the Russell wants to move and wants to start to push, then we can get more upside. If we want to remain in the same trend that we currently are, right, then we will continue to see this 90 to 93 offer as our seller, and that will be our resistance on ES. Russell again will not be able to break, and yeah, we'll get another leg down. If we can recover our value and make it supportive again, then we can look for upside, because then we'll have trapped sellers. Now we're just waiting to see what if we have one more leg down or not on the reaction at our value, retested value. Again, we're just keep an eye on our zero tick and our retest of our value high on ES as resistance. If we can push above and make it supportive, then we look for ups. But till then, it's just going to be a where our seller is sitting. Same thing for 55, 65 on MQ. So I retested our value here on ES. See if they offer it again. Or if we can get a pierce above and then a hold. you guys have questions about the things that I'm talking about here, I would really like you to refer to the PVZ thread. How we look at volume profiles. Just keep an eye on this. Need to get a push back above 93s and recover our value high here for any more upside. Or we will continue to look at this as where our seller is going to be positioned. This is your first target if you took a long at the lows, right? This is where you are taking risk off, understanding that this is where sellers are putting risk on. In Q testing our 55. Russell coming up into our value high. Same thing as before. See if this is where our seller is willing to sit for the rotations, just like the entire day. Need to see a clear breach and the ability to hold, or value high will most likely be where our seller is positioned again.
Exxon sees oil demand at 100 million barrels per day in 2050, about the same as today.
We have a minute and 40 until new hourly candles. Another rejection of our 93. Move your stops to at least break even at this point. This is POC on NQ. 55, 65 on NQ still remained as our offer, just like we talked about. 90, 93 still remained as our offer on ES. We are now battling for POCs on both ES and NQ. Out one from that. As long as we understand, like, the Russell is just oscillating in this range, then, like, we don't look for more, right? We understand that if we don't hold our value high, we then look for it to be our offer point. We then watch to see the other indices, and we understand that this has just been rotating around this value to value. So, like, do we look for upside if we can't breach? No, there's nothing more there. That's why it was your risk off for longs and risk on for shorts, just like we talked about. Now we watch to see if buy side can hold a higher low at POC on both NQ and ES. Russell again just doing the full oscillation, value high, value low every single time. Not a ton there. But we watch for a short-term low into value low on RTY. Is Russell into our value low again. See if buy side's willing to defend this edge. ES and NQ still just rotating at POC, no change. Yeah, I think that's good. Now we just see if we hold and maintain higher low, or if we breach. It's a very simple value trade. Why I posted the examples. We get a push down to our value low off of a failure to hold POC for the final leg. Or can we maintain the higher low at POC and a recovery of our value? That's where we're at now. Retest of our value high again off the Russell, holding our basing. No change. Again, just the same thing as before. Holding POC on ES and NQ. Russell held our value low. We're playing the oscillation on the Russell. Russell needs to break down and hold a lower high here for a continuation down. Or we retest value high again. Same oscillation entire day. Over 65, Sun and Q, then you can feel a little bit more bullish, but so far still maintaining resistance. Yes, back into our 93. Over 93s, we can play back up to 98, but watch our zero tick. It has been our resistance the entire day. There has not been a lot of steam on the buy side for follow through at zero tick. Just keeping an eye on the Russell, letting us know if we're going to do the full oscillation or if it finds resistance here. I hope it's clear what I'm speaking on. This is our value high. This is our value low. We are holding our oscillation around these two pivots. This is shifted. Value low. Value high. This is our POC. We can see that we bounce and then we come up to this pivot for short term. And on a bullish move, we'll do the full oscillation. But we need to get over this. $93 offer again, no change. It's called value high and value low. Which one? Like this on the chart? It's just a volume profile. SVP, HD. Go to profiles, session volume profile. It's the basis for all of our trading. Another zero ejection on tick, just like I said. We lose all momentum on a push into our zero, no change. RTY back into value, value low. Do we see that if we lose this 87 buyer on this dip, that we then have a 3-bar down? So we really need to see this guy maintain or a push down to 80s seems pretty likely. We're just doing an inside candle right now on the 15. It's very similar on NQ as well. Come on. Something. Another bounce at RTY value low. POC on ES and NQ. Watching our zero tick again and 93s on ES. See if we'll get a change this time or if it'll be more of the same. Offer attempting to move down into POC here on NQ. ES still holding it as supportive. Russell also rejecting POC as resistance, right? So we're getting these lower highs. Equal lows, but lower highs. Dollar is just moving the offer down. Offer is moving down, down, and down. And now we're getting into this like pennant shape, right? With higher lows, but lower highs on all of our indices. Decision point very soon. Zero tick rejection still, right? There's no effort from buy side above zero. Stocks are in a very neutral but slash bearish state. We just continue to watch to see if that 3-bar develops on ES. It'll be probably a 4-bar at this point, right? We've got 3 inside candles for mother bar. Just waiting on for a directional break. Breach below, and buy side really not showing itself in this like 86, 87, going to result in most likely a pushback down to our 80 on ES. Right? Like we can't hold our value low here. And that'll most likely become our resistance. And then we look for a move down to our ETA low and our PVZ value low at 79.5, which is just that 80 area that I talked about. But we still need to see the breach. If the Russell continues to just maintain here at our value low, then there's not a ton to talk about. Just trade the edges of the balance or wait for the balance to break. Right? What I mean, again, is we've got 3 inside candles here. Clearly a seller here, clearly a buyer here. You're waiting for a break of either of these sides. I'm glad it's helping. It's just it's hard. I'm really trying to like stress the importance of respecting the current range while being aware of where we can potentially go. Because I think it's important to understand like structurally where we are, but also understand like the larger or higher time frame potential. It's just like literally everything is holding this like very scary structure. You can really see how much like ES is at the whims of NQ right now. Look at how it's literally the same thing, right? Structure wise, it's the same chart. Russell is having like it's because the Russell is so neutral here. Until we like actually see some movement off of this thing, a break out of this value area because of how neutral RTY is, like NQ is just moving the market here. And until the NQ finds a basing and we understand that value is found down here, we're in a very neutral positioning. Um, there's a lot of room for people to get screwed here on either direction, depending on which way we break with these inside candles, because of how much size is going to be positioned. Why I've been like really stressing about our edges and playing those rather than the middle. I think if people start thinking about like our point of control or POC as more of a secondary move look, uh, instead of like your primary move, that can help a lot. Where if like we're considering our value high and our value low as our primary edges, POC is where we're looking for our secondary move off of our first edge, right? So understanding that this is the middle and that POC is where the most two-sided trading has occurred, right? So what is the point of control? It's where the most volume has traded on the day. Does that sound like a spot that's either buyer or seller value, or more of a very neutral, balanced area where we need to see a directional break from to understand if we're going to our edge low or edge high? And by edge low or edge high, I mean our value high or value low. Understanding that POC is more of a two-sided trading area that needs to break and we need to show as resistance or supportive, or that secondary leg down can be, I think, a good shift in perspective so that you consider that these primary edges of our value high and value low are way more important to trade off of instead of just trying to trade off of this POC all the time, because this is where you're going to get chopped up. Because this, again, is where the most volume has been traded on the day. There's not a lot here unless you're already in a position playing off of our edges. That's something to really consider, that this is where the most two-sided trading has occurred on the Russell back down into our value low off of another rejection of POC. NQ still just rotating POC. Pick still trapped between this negative 500 and 0. Not really anything here. Still holding our inside bar on the 15. Yeah, I mean, we're maintaining higher lows, but equal highs. Very similar to price. Just need to see a value shift, and then we're okay. Go back to our 15 minutes so you can see, again, we're holding that 87, 86 area we talked about. We still need to get over our seller here at 93s and show it as supportive. That move 7. Or you're just still within this inside action. We want to see the ability to push over that 93, make it supportive, back up to 97. Same thing for NQ, where holding the low, but we need to now hold the high. Ideally, like this 50-55 should go bid. We're able to get that 65 offer, and then we should be fine. But if buyers fail here again, then we expect the full rotation again. Play the range that's being offered. Another push down to our -500 off of a 0 rejection, no change. Russell still rejecting POC. As soon as you find the parameters, right, like the edges, like it's fine. And then you just risk off into POC. Then you just look for either continuation or you look for more, right? Like understanding that that's like your two-sided trading at POC and you're playing your edges, like, okay, now you have a range. Play the range until we see a change, shift. Understand where we could potentially go on both sides off of that shift. If 93s ever go bid, we know we can play up to 97. 86, 87 goes offer, then we know we play down to 80s. Till then, like, those are our edges. Another great rejection of our 93s back down to POC. Of course, this is first target. Same with NQ. Back down to our weekly value low and our POC on the day. Russell back down into our value low. Bounced every single time so far. If we get a shift from the Russell or if we maintain our current neutrality. So we see the ability for us to actually push over 0 and tick. I will maintain that offer is at 90. We have seen nothing from the market so far to indicate that there's any like buy side pressure excitement wise as of yet. Very neutral. Just we're maintaining like -500 to 0, or if we're maintaining 0 to 500, right? Like we're going to maintain the current state that the market was already in. And like if we look left, we know that the larger move off of this was down, right? So like I'm expecting our seller to still kind of be positioned in the same area off of our larger leg. Down to our 87 on ES. See if buy side's willing to defend this 87-86 area to our value low, or if we will shift down that 87 our offer for that move down to the range persist, or do we break the range, our value low? Of course, as we push down, if you are in a short, right, you're moving your stops down. It's the lower edge of our range. We don't look for more until more is shown. It wants it. Russell definitely diverging though, which is a good sign. Just need to watch how we react into our overnight low. If I turn drawings back on, you can see that this is where we were looking for our bounce last time. We have come back down for the whole rotation of our range off of failure to back into value. Now is our test to see if the Russell gets continuation in this direction below our overnight low, or if this rotates back up again. Hopefully this drawing makes a lot more sense now with what I mean by us trading within an inside candle. See what I mean? Really? We've now had 4 opportunities to play off of 93 offer back into our. It's up to you to take advantage of the range or not, right? Like it's told you structurally what's going to happen. Told you not to look for more until we see more. But our push back in value, our offer down, our retest, offer down, retest, offer down, test, offer down, back down to our buying support into low. So we see either edges break, hold an offer or a bid. Don't look for a ton more here, especially with our neutral tick below 0. Excuse me. Russell now holding value low as resistance. NQ still holding PLC as supportive. Surf. I hate this UI change for watchlist. The worst. So this is what our sectors look like to give perspective. Regional banks are doing the worst today. Energy, second worst. This is a lot of the Russell. Then we have all of our blockchain names and gold miners are all red. Semis, red. Real estate, red. Materials, red. Industrials, red. Financials, red. Right? So like what's moving the market up here? Why are we bullish at all? Explain to me. What needs to change for us to be able to break value high? Well, someone has to be buying. Pushing into our 86 now and yes, our value low. Again, this 86, 85 area really needs to maintain or move down to 80. Seems pretty likely. You coming down into our value low now off of a failure to hold POC. Should be your like risk off for shorts until we see the breach below value. Your stops down, takes profit off. Understand that we're trading value to value. Very neutral market. A runner just in case if you want the breakdown or wait for the reoffer of value as resistance. Another zero tick test on tick, of course. Watching ESPOC now, see if it's our resistance. Off of a push below for NQ. Look at this thing. Monster that we're building here. Really watching to see if our offer shifts down to this 30-35 on Q. Retesting our value low on both ES and Russell. Value low is shifted down to this lower little basing that we've done. Still need to see the pierce below our value and then the reoffer for our next target. Our POC on ES off of our value low hold. Russell pushing back up to POC. No change. Q still respecting our value low. Move back up to PO. Still maintaining our inside candle. Crazy. An hour and 15 minutes in this range. Zero tech Wow. Sorry, I was yawning. Couldn't speak. 0 test on tick. POC retest on the Russell. See if we can get a breach this time, or if it's more of the same. Watching this Russell 4540. Push over 4540 should be able to transition back up to value high. Failure to push below sellers. And then we just watch that for a topping signal as again. As long as the Russell has momentum and NQ can attempt to build above POC, we can rotate back up to our value highs, off the hold of our value lows. But again, just the middle of our range here. Our first like look over 0 tick on us. See if we can get any more, or if it's going to be more of the same. I think regardless, you should be taking your first risk off in the 90s if you're playing off of the 86, 87, 93, next target above 90s. Over 93s, we can look 97s if we actually do get a break, but looking for more right now just doesn't feel smart. Still respect our main pivot at that 90-93 on ES until we can see it become supportive again. Especially with the Russell coming into our value high. What we're going to be looking for after the 93 test off of the bullish divergence, right? Going to be a actual hold of 0 from our 93s, right? We expect something like this, and we'll want to see something like this happen for a shift in trend. I think that would keep that in mind. This is Russell into value high. Also, good morning, Gav. And this is our top of range here on ES and RTY. Four or 5 points is nothing to laugh at, guys, if you're playing ES in this range, right? 86 to 93 is not bad. Need to get over looking for expansion. Just play our edges. Been multiple opportunities to play 93s, and there's been multiple opportunities to play this 86, 7, playing the range. There's money to be made as long as you're willing to make money. Your 93 targets on ES. RTY back to our previous high we rejected last time. Move stops up if you want to hold a runner. Ideally, we want to see 0 tick hold here off of the rejection of our 93 offer. Kind of hold a higher low. Great job, man. Did you get a discount on the 150? Or is it just for the 50Ks? Okay. So maybe worth still. Yeah. Has the platform grown on you at all, or is it still garbage? Do you use the chart at all, or do you just have like the yeah, okay. Just like the buy market. Yeah, yeah. It's the DOM. Makes sense to me. I'm sure they'll get integration with actual trading view soon enough, just like they had on Tradeovate. And then it should be like pretty much your go-to platform, I think. Then you can just operate within the indicator charts and then just use like any DOM. Yeah, as long as the response is good on them, like latency wise, these will be great. So far, getting our 0 holds off of our 93, doing exactly what we thought, but we seem to see a bit more excitement from buyers to entice us over this offer. We want any continuation. There is clearly an attempt here. Still need a bit more. What's the default surf? Crazy that they don't have it in real time as default. Okay. If you are trading NQ, right, 55, 65, still our resistance here. And same thing with our like 95, 97 area on yes, these are our targets from our low. So yeah, either take some profit off or move your stops up if you're looking for expansion. Understand that we are back to the top side of our range. What we're looking for is the ability to build at these wick highs and recover our value high. Understand value high is up at 96. Our target was 97s, but it's shifted. I'd still expect that to maintain. Still holding just our inside candles. Yeah, I mean that's basically how I do 90% of my trading. Rate of 8 even, to be honest. You just kind of get a feel for it. And then like if I can move things on the DOM naturally, I will, of course. Makes sense. A lot of the time you can just kind of see what you want. Wait, can you explain that, sir? What do they do? Interesting. So it's not in ticks. Oh, so it'll change your stop to fit the new basis and not keep your stop the same. Interesting. I could see that being good, but I'd want it to be a setting for sure. Because sometimes you want to still keep your overall stop. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. I think that it's probably worth keeping on for newer traders, but more experienced traders who already know their risk profile, that it could really screw them up. So I'm glad it's a setting. Yeah, no, it makes sense for something like you, because I know you like the pyramid. So moving your average makes complete sense. Does it count as a single click away? You just like switch your account over, or what? Is that what you mean? How was yesterday? Like price action was pretty garbage, but the afternoon was okay. Yeah, we had like a pretty substantial lull middle of the day. First like hour and a half was pretty solid, and then we had to wait until like I don't know for actual movement or one two ish. So I stayed on until that, and it dipped out. I can't speak the rest of the afternoon, but it was worth me waiting for sure. Big fan of the bid trying to move up into this 93. We just need to see a bit more from the Russell. Still holding 65 as our resistance on NQ. Not a ton here until we see that become supportive, push over our value high. I'd really like to see the Russell be able to defend POC as support off of the rejection of our value high and our previous high if we want to get anything more. And ideally look over zero again on tick. We didn't hold for very long, but we are maintaining with Sol being pretty neutral with NQ pushing. It's allowing ES to continue higher. Again, still need to really see this lift over 65s here. Decent sell side delta positioned here where our previous absorption took place on NQ. I would suggest again moving up your stops. We are pushing into our target. Again, this 96.97 was our target from our 86.87 if we were able to hold and push over our 93. So we are moving up into that. I make these smaller. I do them like small. Is that good enough? Keeps it out of the way. All normal. You like that better? There's our push into target on ES from the hold of our 86.87. Push into 96.97, 10 points in the range. Russell still showing a bit of weakness. Don't expect a ton more. Unless we can see that lift over our 0 and Russell finding that low into POC, I think. This is our value high on NQ and our previous resistance. We really want to see this kind of bid here. We're going to get anything more short term. This is both POC as well as our 30-second opening range high on Russell. Again, we need to see a look over our value high on both NQ and ES, and the ability to bid it if we're looking for any sort of expansion or we expect sell side offer to be positioned here. I want to just point out that this move is mostly, this continuation is mostly from NQ. So if we lose momentum on NQ and the Russell's already in our downtrend, then we shouldn't expect more upside because what's going to continue momentum for us, right? So if I look left, we can see that this downtrend started when NQ was able to get its push, right? So Russell was able to mean revert back to our POC with NQ pushing to our value high. That allowed ES to also move. But if Russell can't find a low here, and NQ also finds resistance at our value high, then what's going to continue us higher, right? So what are we looking for when I talk about that? Well, we want to see NQ be able to maintain higher lows to continue the trend up, and we want to see the Russell be able to really find a bid here into this POC. Because if we don't, we have one more leg down into our value low before this move can actually on. So we want to see a maintaining of our NQ momentum with our higher lows intact, and we want to see a push over our value high to get any more upside, or we're at the top of our value. So always keep in mind, like, what is the thing that's keeping us afloat, right? Keeping us in this momentum. And what happens if we lose that momentum? So I'm going to be looking for this value low on ES, or sorry, Jesus, on RTY at 43.7. See if that can be our low for the Russell to see if it's going to maintain this rotation, right? We look for a bounce into this off of the failure at POC, and we look for NQ to be able to hold higher lows while that's happening for any more upside, right? And we want to see ES kind of ideally hold this 93 at the same time, everything kind of finding a bid here. Failure to do that, then it's just going to be more of the same, where we'll enter our rotations again. We'll rotate this node on NQ. See. Really want to see Russell kind of find a buy here, stop selling, so that there's less pressure on the sell side with NQ also selling off, right? We want to see that rotation back into the Russell, be able to step in for some of the weakness in NQ that we're seeing. Right, it's a three-way tug of war. So if we have both NQ and RTY both pushing down, why do we expect ES to not follow, right? But if the Russell all of a sudden starts to catch a bid, then we have a bit more pressure on the upside and we don't have to rely on NQ as much, and that can pull back a little. But if both are pulling down, right, the market comes down with it.
So the Fed bids for 7-year notes totaling $2.6 billion.
Yeah, unless we have an outlier day. But literally the entire market's red. Perfect bounce off of our value low on the Russell, back to POC. And we see that we're still maintaining higher lows on NQ. Just need to get back over 65s. But that's a good area to, that example that I just ran you through, right? Like that's what you want to see is like what's going to maintain our momentum there. And can we see that transfer of like letting us know where those pivots are located to let us continue moving up. So far, this is just a relief bounce, but if the Russell can get back over 46 and bid 46s on a look above, I think that there might be some potential for a bit more. Hold of our 93s was great on ES. Now we just need to see if we can get a bit more excitement from buyers, or it's just relief, a lower high on everything. You guys have any questions about what I just like went through and then what actually happened, or did that make sense and starting to kind of grasp it? That three-way tug of war and just like finding their pivots where we're most likely going to find bounces there and relief across the board. Did that concept connect, or do I need to talk about it more for any of the newer people? Yeah, it can be. But again, it's about understanding what's worth. So I think instead of trying to take an initial position at 93s there, which is fine, by the way, but understanding that if you're in a position from like 86, 87, or even a little bit higher than that, you can maintain your average, right? You can maintain your position because as long as that 93 is holding, there's no reason to exit because your average is still going to be the lowest low possible. Right? What I mean by that is if you're positioning like here or here, we do not expect price to come back down unless this 93 breaks again, right? So as long as this is maintaining and our higher lows are maintaining on NQ and the Russell, there's no reason to exit this position because we don't expect price to come back to this average point. So it's still the best opportunity for you to stay long, right? So that's kind of the idea here is that we can use the things that are actually pushing the market up to allow you to stay in a position for longer and keep that runner. So there might be a better opportunity just playing NQ itself, but some people aren't comfortable. There might be a better opportunity playing Russell from that value low, right? But like understanding where your pivots are and where momentum needs to kind of maintain to stay in your position can be a huge boon for you. so that you don't get stopped out on chop at the highs. I think that that's fine for the market that we're currently trading in. But there are some times where NQ is going to be a lot more volatile. And that ES will still be respecting the range, and NQ will make a new low or a new high, and it won't really affect ES all that much until we see the Russell also similar for ES specifically. NQ is a much more volatile instrument. Do I? I am mostly an NQ trader, but I trade both. Just really depends on the day. If I feel like the risk to reward is better in NQ, then I mostly trade NQ. It just depends like what has a better range to play off of. If we're in a really tight range
Doing
on
10 minutes
ES
time
where we're
now at
trading in
the
like
top
3
of the hour.
points,
Headline event for the
I don't
day
let
is
this
the
guy
US
talk.
selling $44 billion in 7-year notes. So the prior bid to cover was 2.48. The prior high yield was 4.716%.
So there are days where
So just noted the
NQ is,
benchmark
oh
7-year
my
yields
God.
have extended above their 50-day moving average over the recent sessions. They're currently sitting at the cheapest level since May the 2nd, which could appear attractive at auction.
So there are
So
days
against
where
the curve, the 730 spread has widened
this guy.
around 1.8 basis points on the day, although remains near the bottom of the 1.5 basis point to 31.4 basis point yearly range, again at around 11 basis points. Against its peers on the curve as well, the 3.7/10s flies cheaper by around 2 basis points on the day. It has widened from as low as negative 23.3 basis points that was seen on May 23rd to the current negative 15.5 basis points, which again may appear more attractive on a relative value perspective. So JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring an additional concession from yesterday's closing level, citing the auction sector appearing somewhat rich along the curve. Also, noting the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 401,000 10-year note futures, a potential source
Later
of covering
was,
demand at the auction.
surely this guy's almost done talking, right? All right, so it seems like he's done. So there are days where ES will be trading in like a 3-point range, Dubs, and NQ will be trading in a 30-point range. So on those days when like ES's range is really tight, the execution has to be like perfect to the T for you to actually make money, and the risk to reward makes way more sense to just be trading NQ's range. We have more points to work off of, and we have a bit more flexibility of where we enter to still make money, and we can make more money with it too. So like on days like that where we have tight ranges, I almost always will be trading in because it makes way more sense from a risk perspective. So where like when ES is like ES traders are just sitting in chop and being miserable, all the NQ traders are just day trading and scalping a 30-point range, and 30 points is a lot of money if you can capture it. Even 20 points is a great trade. 10 points is still like a pretty solid scalp. That's like $250, right? Like it's still good money even with a single contract, and so you can really start to capture some large moves with size, even just like 1 or 2 contracts. I mean, those can be like $500 trades. Well, ES is trapped in a 3-point range. So it just makes sense risk to reward wise in that scenario. We're into our next target here on ES off of the hold of our value. I want you guys to be very careful here. The Russell is back to our value high. Again, we've oscillated from the value low to the value high. So we could expect a bit of short-term downside here if Russell fails to break over this 48. And that would be just a retest of our value high on ES here. Just to let you know, right? Like we've done the full value rotation. So let's watch to see if this 95 can hold on ES for continuation. add our resistance here as well on NQ, PVZ resistance.
So just less than 5 minutes now until the top of the hour, where the US is due to sell $44 billion in 7-year notes. So the prior bid to cover was 2.48. The prior high yield was 4.716%.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit distracted because of that. Yeah, sorry, Dubs. It's $20 for a mini and $2 for a micro per 1 point on NQ or MNQ. Sorry about that. I'm watching this Magnus Carlsen game. So what that means though is that if it's 1 point, right, and we're in a 3 point range, that's $150 on ES with it being $50 per point, right? But on NQ, you've got 30 points to play with and it's $20 per. So you see what I mean by risk to reward. You have a much higher tolerance to you have the ability to make a lot more money in the same rate without having to have perfect fills and exits like you would on ES to be able the same amount in that scenario.
Treasury when issued 7-year yield 4.637
Retest to our value high here in ES. Russell still maintaining our value. NQ trying to build above our 65s and our value, but still a bit iffy on that one. New 15s just opened. New 30s just opened. We're looking for 65s to kind of be able to stay bid. This 60-65 is
So
really needs to stay bid on
results of the
NQ.
US 7-year note auction.
That
I
push
will
up into
lead with the bid to
90s.
cover ratio.
Our value high at 95 still kind of just supportive. This is right now, but need to see a bit more speed or things can stall out. Ideally, the thing that's going to drive us up is Russell being able to break out of value here, or NQ being able to kind of breach this high. If both of those fail, right, we're going to be expecting some larger pullbacks down to POC on RTY and back to our 92.75 on ES. 65 still just maintaining on NQ. We just really want to see if this buyer is going to be willing to hold or if they get absorbed here again at the exact same place they did last time. I'm fully out of my position as we hit target and not expecting a ton more until I see a bit more from the Russell.
2.43, 2.43, high yield, 4.65%, 4.65%. So the US sells 44 billion in 7-year notes and awards
Russell right back down to our value low.
65% of
Let this settle a
high.
bit. It's our negative 1,000 tick.
17%, direct 16.
See if we can recover our 60-65 on
66.88%.
NQ, or if this goes offer here after the news. Let's let this candle kind of settle. Watch to see if the Russell can maintain value low. Then we can look for a new position.
Seeing some downside in the S&P, a little bit of upside in dollar.
Oh boy, 3 hours left. What a slow day. And I got here late. It's decent, he said.
US Treasury 7-year yields hit the highest since May the 1st after the 7-year note auction, last up 9.3 basis points at 4.653%.
We're definitely ranging. We're watching to see what the sellers do here on the offer. We're retracing the news candle that just came out off of the auction. Russell trying to recover our value low off of a little look below. 93 is trying to go bid again, but we need to watch our 95 value high on ES. Now that we've broken back inside, it's our offer point. So what we're watching here now is this is our seller now positioned here, just like they were before, for continuation down or not. Or can we recover and retrace the candle and get a push out of here? As of right now, we should think of it as our offer. That only makes sense. Pushing down into our POC here on ES off of the failure to hold value high, and then the reoffer of our news candle NQ to POC as well. Russell back to our overnight low and potential double bottom here if we can get back over value. Just need to see how we react here at our POCs. I could see us having to consolidate here for like the next 7 minutes if sellers can't push us below POC, just to kind of finalize this candle. We'll see. A bit of tick divergence just off that negative 1000, but nothing really to play off of. The biggest thing here is if the Russell continues to fail to get back over value, value low, that the general direction is probably down. Really need to see that recover for us to feel comfy looking for longs with any divergence. A 50-minute time advantage is Russell attempting to get back into value here. NQ held POC like we talked about. But offer still remaining on ES until we can see that Russell be able to actually hold this bid here and this look back into value. Again, still slight bullish divergence on tick, but I do want to see this Russell show a bit more upside for us to feel comfy looking for anything more. What I mean by divergence is we see these lower lows here on ES, but higher lows on tick, right? So we have a bit of a divergence that's bullish, but we wanted to see this recovery of our RTY value before really considering playing off of it. But it's good to let you know that the selling is at least kind of coming to a halt short term, which is why I said that we might just chop here for the next 7 minutes until this 50-minute candle closes. They have to keep it interesting, man. Why do they have this man on a lie checker? This is just memes. Yeah, good stuff, Aram. Great day, man. Huge day. Man said nice. Which, why would you say nice to it? It's so
Shortly
funny.
expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
This divergence is still setting up, and we're still just holding where I thought we would. New 15's just opened. Let's see if we get a directional move now. We did chop for the next 7 minutes, right? So new 15's just opened. We have another 15 until the new hourly candles. Russell is holding our ETH low, but retesting now, looking like it wants to peak below. NQ also now, the offer trying to move below POC as resistance. Still waiting on ES to figure out what it wants to do here. Have anything on buy side that looks interesting? Not particularly yet. I think maybe if we can look back over 45s on NQ, there might be a bit more momentum for a pushback up to 60. But we need to see this
25
offer get out of the
counterparties to
way here at 45
$459.314 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo
on
operation.
NQ. $45 offer still maintaining. No change as of yet. This man just ate the rind. They did it on purpose just to watch him eat the rind. Holy. $45 offer held again with Russell falling below our overnight low. Looks like we really need the Russell to kind of base here at this 41. 40, yeah. Buy side needs to really show their hand here, or a move down to our low makes the most sense to me. Retest of our 38.40. You really need to see buyers step in here and lift us back over our ETH low on the Russell, where things can get a bit rough. 45s, of course, still state offer. You can probably play this a bit lower. Just waiting on the Russell to let us know where I look for anything. I love Hikaru. Yeah. This is our value retest here. I'm waiting for the Russell to recover value low before I look for anything, because this is either going to reoffer here, Dubs, and push back down for a new low, back down to like this 38, or we're going to be able to recover and pop, and then we look for a recovery of 93s for a push back up on ES. It's really a tough position because sellers are clearly moving the offer down. But there is a bit of buying here, but we need to be able to push above. So 93s we want to see become supportive again on NQ. We would like to see 43, 40 on RTY become supportive. And we want to see NQ be able to push over this 45 and become supportive, or these are just all going to be our reoffer points here for a continuation down. It's just we're at resistance and the sellers are still here. We just need to see if we can hold on rebid. Want to see the ES look over 93s for sure though in bid, especially with us looking over 0. NQ still needs to get over this 45 seller who's been sitting here for the last half hour. We got our hold of that 4140 that I was talking about. That's our 30-second opening range low on RTY. And we've traded back up, right? But now we want to see if our value low will hold on RTY. 45, of course, offer still held, seller still there, no change. Same with our 93s on ES, top of our range. So like those are both fine to short off of, but until we can look above and show them as supportive, like there isn't a long opportunity, in my opinion, S value lows on ES and NQ. It's just short continuation, the top of our range. Or just taking profit on a long from the edge low. I do like this tick divergence though that we've been setting up for the last 20 minutes with the look over 0. Chest stack on platinum. Wow. Got a whale over here. Really keeping an eye on the 0 tick here with the Russell retesting value low. We want to see this bid kind of maintain. The divergence is going to hold. That'd be really cool, Tom. I don't know if you remember my original plan with the shift of structure, but it was about like really making a good Excel sheet for review and getting like all the plugins plugged in so you could like review data very quickly. That would be a really great added feature for that. Zero hold on tick so far. Russell retested our value low and bounced. Things look okay, but we still need to see a bit of speed and a look over our 93s and our 45s here on NQ. Russell leading. Shit, I don't have the time. Good hold of our zero. Good push back up to POC here off of the hold of our value on RTY. Still need to see this look over 93 offer. So Dubs, we can see that ES hasn't gotten the move yet, but do you see what I mean with Russell here on the retest of our value? With this retest of our zero tick as supportive, allowing for a bit more relief upside. That's what we were talking about. We can see that the 45 is still maintaining as our offer, right? But we're trying to push over now on NQ. Same with our 93s, but hopefully the Russell being able to get a bit more movement will help with that idea. Worst case scenario here is that this 45 offer continues to maintain and our 93 offer continues to maintain, with the Russell pushing all the way back up to value high, with us being unable to move on ES and NQ. And then basically like there's no more momentum left, right? We've done the full rotation on the Russell. And now it's like, okay, well, what's going to continue us up? Because then you're relying on either Russell to break outside of value or NQ to really start pushing heavily as the Russell comes up into resistance, right? So we're dependent on one of two things to happen. NQ starting to get that momentum for that push back up to 65 off of the hold of our 45 now as bid instead of offer. But we have to be very careful as things come back up into value high here. Good hold Russell POC here on retest so far. Retesting our 0 on tick. See if we can get one more leg on NQ. This is our next free offer point. Just need to see a bit more excitement on here. Be able to hold this. It's like 47.50 edge. Really nice, ideally, for NQ if it was going to continue. Like to see 93s show a bit as well. If we're going to get more. And the reason why I'm thinking the way I am is this is what we are seeing. We need to see a bit more from the buy side, or this will easily stay inside and be a 3-bar. So like there's not a ton of downside pressure until we see a breach below our bottom of our candle here, but we need to see way more lift. Or on the 15-minute structure, this is still just maintaining a pretty bearish pattern, right? Another inside candle chop off of our mother bar or large candle that we are trading inside of. If we get the break below this point, right, that's when things get a bit iffy. Then we will trade back down in slower range on NQ off of a 3-bar. Same thing on ES, but NQ definitely a bit more bearish in our structure because we're moving off of the Russell on ES more so than NQ. Testing the bottom of our 3-bar here on the 15. Watching our negative 500 on tick is happening. We'd like to see tick be able to maintain a higher low here with that negative 500 holding. Again, just referring to this 3-bar structure that we have built, this is bearish, right? If we get the breach below, then look for that down.
At
Need to really see
1:45
these
PM
buyers be able to
Eastern
maintain
Time, we
this
expect
30-35
comments from
here
Feds
on
Williams, who joins the
NQ.
Watertown Community Services
Failure to do
Roundtable in
that,
Watertown,
if
New
this
York.
goes offer
No
into
text is
35,
expected.
then I think that you get the 3-bar break, which we're seeing the first little signs of right now. I think we probably get one offer, a little bit of relief here at value low, retest, see if we can get back in. See the break. Now we're getting a bit of relief. Now we see if we can get back in or if this pushes down, make a new low. Again, really keeping an eye on this like 30-35 to see if the offer will move down into it or 45s will still remain as where the offer is sitting. So we're watching to see if sellers are now willing to move down from here. Now are basing where our buyers previously were, right? Like that's the whole idea is where our buyers were previously buying, is this now our seller? Russell retesting value low, ES retesting POC and our value low. Getting our first look below on NQ. Still just watching to see if this 3035 is going to remain our offer to stay in a position for that push down to 807 on NQ here. Still holding our negative 500 on tick. Things are kind of stalling out here a bit. Why I would like to see that reoffer. The only way we don't get that is if we see a seller really sweep us down. I've just moved forward. Than that, then I think this test makes the sense or anything. Here's our retest that we were just talking about of the whole 500. See if our offer is able to maintain here this 3035 or if we maintain the range, right? Again, like this will either be us getting back inside our inside candle, right? Or our previous buyers will now be offsides and out of this range. I think we watch our 0 tick as well as that 3035 on it. See if it's just a reoffer or if it's a recovery of value rotation.
At 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Williams, who joins the Watertown Community Services Roundtable.
Fed reporter. NQ really trying to hold on to this value low. 35 seller, of course, still present there at that 3035. Trying to build, need a bit more excitement from the Russell. we're going to be able to get back over. It's a good sign for buyers of us being value here, but we just need to see a bit of follow through, where it's still like overall not all that great. Just becomes a bear flag. Down. You are playing off that 30-35. I think stop to here is a great idea. Wait, that's such a sick line with the queen pin. The hell? It's like one of my favorite parts. Deciphering the engine to learn chess. Some bullish divergence again here on tick, but NQ still relatively weak, but holding value. I think as long as value is holding, that there's potential for a bit more upside, which is a little concerning. Watching to see how our reaction into zero test on tick. I'm probably going to get stopped out of my last short here at 35 if see any sort of excitement on ES RTY here on the recovery of value, which is fine, right? Then we'll just play the opposite direction. But you really got to pay attention to this bullish divergence into our zero tick here with a recovery of value low on RTY and us holding value low off of just below So far, offer still maintained. But we need to see if zero tick can we can get a push over, or if that'll be that. It feels about 50-50 right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Stopped there on my 35. Again, looks like buy side's willing to hold and recover value. Sell side looks a bit exhausted here, so we have to wait until we retest POC before we can look for an initiation again. The Russell recovery and NQ hold with our bullish tick divergence. It was just a runner, but looks like we're gonna have to wait a bit longer before we can figure out which way we're going. I think it's fine if you are playing off of the recovery of value to play up to POC, but you want to be very careful for a aggressive offer there as we approach. So you
At
want to be
2
moving up
p.m.
your
Eastern
stops
time, we
if
get
you are
Fed's beige
long.
book.
You have beige book in 2 minutes. That could definitely affect the market a bit. Watch for our mean reversion to POCs here as your first target. Again, if you are long. I am not. But I do understand why that long was a great trade. So here's your first PT here, and see and into our 93 offer again here on ES, as well as Russell back up to POC in middle of our range. This is our look over our zero. I would like to see from this 500 test on tick us hold zero for a secondary move if you're going to do it, just like last time. 93 offer again here on ES. Again, move stops up just in case we see an aggressive seller step in with news, understanding that all we've done is revert back to where our two-sided trading is right before news happens. I'm going to wait to position until after the news off of this. After getting stopped out on my final contract there. buyers really taking advantage of this lack of liquidity before news, lifting us up back up to our value highs. It's our full rotation of value. Move stops up again just as we come into news. Understand that if we fail to find buyers at our value highs, that we are most likely going to do a full rotation back down into the news candle coming out. Just back up to our resistance here. Back to our 65 resistance here and our value high. Need to see the look above and then the ability to bid if you want anything more after this.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the Fed's beige book.
Looking to 65 is the immediate offer. No change, right? Just push up to the top of our range and that's that. We're testing our 65, 60 offer here on NQ. Yes, attempting to build at our value high. Good hold of our POC on Russell. Things look okay for buy side, but I need to see a bit more from NQ for us to feel comfy. This is our zero tick test as well. Buyers, it's definitely in their court to push us over and show that they're willing to transact up here. Your 65 offer. See the bid trying to push into it, but it's immediately taken. A minute and 20 seconds until new 30s and it's open. Really on buy side here to take advantage of these highs, or they will look pretty exhausted for short term.
One minute remaining.
You can see the 3-bar playing back down to our low, and then now we are looking to be able to hold the high of these two candles. We want to see the bid now maintain where the seller was before. Hopefully that makes sense. So seeing the bid kind of stepping back into the 50s and immediately finding buyers would be ideal. All we've done is come back up to our offer, which is why I've been referencing this 65 so often, because this is where we saw our seller really start to initiate last time, and we've now filled this imbalance that was above, and we need to see the buyers really willing to buy any dip to show that they want expansion, or we're just going to continue to be trading within this range. New 30s open, new 15s open. You can see where ES is positioned as well, right and back into our seller at our value high. Will we get expansion, or will we get another rotation of our range, right? Minute until news.
So according to the Fed's Beige Book, the national economic activity continued to expand from early April to mid-May. However, conditions varied across industries and districts. Overall, outlooks grew somewhat more pessimistic amid
New
reports of
PVCs
rising
just opened with
uncertainty and
that.
greater downside risks.
Beige book
Prices
is now
increased at a
out.
modest pace over the reporting period, and
I personally am not going to be looking for any expansion until I see a willingness from buy side to take. Just going to continue to treat this as a range, because that's how it's been all day, and expecting more for an initial position is going to feel really terrible if you're on the wrong side of it.
And according to the Fed's Beige Book, retail sales indicate a lower discretionary spending.
P65 offer still maintaining, our rotation still maintaining. No expansion as of yet. Just like we were talking about. Looks like a move back down to POC is pretty likely on NQ off of the failure there again. But definitely move stops down just to secure, just because things can get a bit volatile here with everything holding. Just watching our zero tick test with ES holding our PVC value high. I'm a bit concerned with the Russell below POC. I'm mostly curious here just if we can hold our pivot bailed out on this tail. If you look on the 15, you can see exactly what I was talking about before, which is we're looking for this buy side to kind of really defend this edge off of our previous structure here. We want to see the buy side willingness to lift off of this and kind of maintain any dip that's bought here for continuation and expansion higher. Hopefully that makes sense. From the look below, we want to now see the ability to now hold the highs where this previous seller was. I think that if they can't maintain this, it gets pretty rough and they get the full rotation back down. I think playing off of this 65 is completely fine though if you are looking for shorts, but understanding you should some profit off until we see that look below this level. Just like I think it's the same thing as fine on long side at the low of this LV, looking for buyers to gain off of this. But like we don't see that, right? Like you're in a pretty bad position because buyers have basically failed for expansion. hopefully people are able to follow along of like not looking for expansion until we see it, understanding that we've just been rotating in a range, that our offer has maintained and hasn't shown any sign of weakening, playing off of that 60-65, and that we need to see buyer participation here if we want to see a look higher, right, where previous sellers were. This should be a pretty obvious area to look. Is this seller still relevant? Or has buying switched over, and are we able to maintain for now? If so, then we have the buy side value shifting from these lows up to where our previous seller was. So we have a potential shift of value. All we're looking for from buy side, if this is able to maintain, is that lift over our 65s for that continuation high. Right, we want to see where sellers were, buyers now showing interest. Yeah, great job. Immediate offer again from 65s back down to our supportive level here. Again, just a range. Need to see buy-sided willingness to take over 65 and look for that expansion. Or this is just our range for right now. Watching the Russell as we retest POC to see if we can get any. Ideally, Russell's able to push over if you're looking for long side, right? Higher lows, and start to be able to maintain a supportive edge on top of POC. That would allow us a bit more room, not depending on NQ as much, right? If Russell is able to build here or push back up to our value high 65s. That's kind of what you want to see here for that look out. If we don't see that strength on both of our names here, I think that you're probably still stuck. For at least another 3 minutes with our 15 minutes closing. minute 30 until new 15s. 65 still holding as resistance, coming back down to the low of our range. Russell still holding POC as resistance. Things just building at our value high edges. $30. New 15s just opened. Zero tick test as resistance. Same with on Russell and Door POC. See if a bid can step in to lift us over, or if it's going to be more of the same. Really want to see the Russell be able to build over this 46 and actually hold the bid. Same with this 65 on NQ, where things look like buy side might be a bit exhausted. Do it. You look so defeated. Yeah, it's. I think it was very good of you not looking for that expansion until after we got another retest. There was no reason to think we got expansion inside that 15. It was a good trade. Jeez. Playing off 65s as we push down into 40s on NQ. That's probably your full rotation, to be honest. So you want to be moving your stops to down a bit to secure gains. Watching us, our reaction into our POC here off of the failure for expansion and our push down. Same with our failure at the Russell at POC, right? Just like we talked about. Not a ton here looking for expansion up at those highs unless 50s held. We were able to push over 65. Offer remained. Change. Watching Russell into our value low, as well as NQ into POC for a bit of relief. If it's going to happen, I'd assume it would be there. pushing into our target now. If you off the 65 offer into our 40s, as well as value low in the Russell. See if buy side shows any relief here or no. Russell still not showing that buy side. Got a little bit of relief at our POC on NQ. Not a ton here yet without the Russell. I'm watching our overnight low on RTY to let us know if we're going to get that dip again and then the ability to recover our value for a continuation, or if we're going the full rotation on NQ back down to 24s. Buy side still willing to try here into our 40s, not willing to let the offer lower. But without the Russell, it might be a little hard. Dips need to be bought very quickly, where full rotations back down to value lows on ES and NQ seem pretty likely here with the Russell weakness. New hourly just opened. I feel like sell side's in pretty much full control as long as 45s maintain offer again. Tesla below. You see POC is just shifted down here. This is just such a large node. Just want to watch our reoffer, watch to see if Russell can get back into value or if that'll continue distance. We might have again like another 20 down on NQ back to
NYMEX
our
diesel
value low.
June futures settle at $2.43 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at $2.46 a gallon.
If the Russell
NYMEX
can do it.
WTI crude July futures settle at $79.23 a barrel. That's down 60 cents or 0.75%. And NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $2.49.
Black's best move is to resign. Such BM. Russell, the weakness continuing on, giving us our 24 and full rotation through our range. Definitely move stops down here. That's that. Another full rotation. $65 back down to 24. No expansion until we see that look. See if we can get back over 35s. 35 is now where you're looking for that offer to kind of be sitting. Off of our bounce of value low so far. Russell again needs to be able to get over our overnight low and our value low for any upside. Or this is just a relief bounce to POC for NQ, and as well as a retest of our value low as resistance on the Russell. Either it'll be another rotation or we'll see expansion to the downside with the Russell weakness if it holds value low as resistance. This is your first PT off of 24 back into our 40. Then 35, 40 is where you're expecting your offer to be. Push back over. Then we can look for full range expansion again, or full range rotation again. But again, like there's not a ton here until we see the Russell get back over value and POC on NQ. Just a relief bounce back to retest to see if this is our resistance now. Yeah, it was just the channel down. And it's really hard to because you want expansion so bad, and it's hard to like really convince yourself not to. Like that 65 is always going to be that PT. Your first long was great, and you took the opportunity to get out. But without us being able to push above and still seeing that seller there, and then the lower highs, it's really hard to want to continue to try long. There's just nothing there really. Sadly, especially with the RTY failing to hold POC and that becoming resistance. That was our first sign of like real weakness we talked about. This retest here and the look below, right? This is where things got a bit shoddy. Now all of a sudden we have weakness across the board. 65 retest with the Russell into our rejection. Hmm. I think if I don't know. I didn't really see the long there. I get what you're saying though. It looked more like relief, if anything, for a reoffer attempt. Like I think there's still points to be made, but like it didn't look like expansion was likely. I guess is so to me, like if I don't see that, then it's like, is it worth playing the long side if we're in a short trend? Or like the potential start of a short. He looks so defeated, Surf. Is what it is. He's so done. Zero test on tick. So now what we're watching for, just like I talked about with this rejection on RTY leading us down, can we get back into value or is this our rejection point? God, we have an hour left. What is this? Oh boy. All our games are done. What am I gonna do now? Zero tick test, higher lows on tick from our low tick. Russell still below value. NQ still holding our value low. No change there. Still just balanced on the lower half of our node between value low and POC. Need to see the Russell reclaim for upside.
And Brent crude futures settle at $83.60 a barrel. That's down 62 cents or 0.74%.
Expansion is outside of value. Relief is just up to our offer. So where was our seller last? If we trade up into that and we can't reclaim, then there's no expansion. It's just retrading the range, right? We're still maintaining lower highs. Expansion is the ability to push outside of our seller and then pop over and bid. And there's no reason to look for expansion on a day like today when everything's just been trading balance, which is why I was way more confident in the 65 short than trying the long. We're getting our first look back into value again because it's just a range day. like, we will know when it's expansion when we start to see this, right? Like this will be expansion on the day for downside. If we continue to see this 86, 85 hold as supportive and every attempt outside of value is just a dip for our rotation back up, like it's just balance. It's the same range as before on the day. Same thing for NQ. Like scroll back, look left. What happens on every single one of these attempts outside of value? Well, we get a look out, we get a look back in, and then we get a rotation up. We will know very clearly when we are ready to no longer trade the range. Do you have to play both sides of this? No, definitely not. Right? Like you can close into this. And now this is where we look for our offer to be. This will then either do something like this for expansion down off of the reoffer of our POC. Right? Then we want to see the look below value and then the continuation and hold. Or this is just going to do the same rotation again back up to our highs. Shit. $45 offer held on NQ, immediate rejection and pushback down below value. We now need to see if acceptance will hold below or if this will continue to find a bid and trade balance. Same thing for the Russell off of the failure to breach inside of value and hold. Yes, finally down to our value low, our 86, 87 edge where the buyer has been every single time. If they becomes resistance, then I think we can get the look down to 80s. If 86, 87 continues to hold bid, then we get the same rotation again and again and again. Here, let me delete all the This is like our main look, right? Like balance will remain, or expansion will look something like this, where this buyer is offsides, right? It is very clear that there is someone who is willing to absorb here, where our previous seller was at the open on the day, right? So what we need to see is that this edge will become our resistance, where we expect more of the same with this lift, right? That's literally it. It's just like, is this buyer going to maintain the side, or on a look below, do we see the seller step in and make this buyer no longer interested, or this move down, back down to our lows and back down into our 80? Is that clear? These have been the same levels for the entirety of the day. And for NQ, a very similar thing, where we have this 20 to 10, which has been our support. We see this buyer who is here. We can see the morning balance, that this is where that seller was. Do we see how we're maintaining where our seller was in the morning and where our buyer has been? This has been our dip on every occasion so far. It's our 5 seller. Our 45 seller. Shit. See immediate reaction. Again, just off of our lower pivots. Respecting balance still. Ah, dude, what? Tried to clean up charts as best I can. Russell still rejecting our value low. Yes. Sorry, NQ holding our 35, 45 offers, moved to our 35s again. Not a ton here, but it is kind of like your first pivot in rotation back up that we need to cover before we can see anything. These are the same levels we've been talking about all day. Let me just make this a zone. Not a balanced day. It's been a balanced day, man. We're looking for it to break, but I don't know if we get it. What's up, Nick? Oh, congrats. You just moved as well, right? Not moved. Russell, another rejection of our value low. Back down to our 86. We need to see this look below holds. The offer needs to move down if we want anything more. Or it's just going to be a continuous buying opportunity from a lack of selling uh, below this level. It's just they have not been able to take below this and hold. I think if we ever do get it, we get the move down to 80s like relatively quickly. But it seems very dependent on if the Russell can continue to maintain these lower highs and continue to reject value. We move this out of the way. Yeah, no, you can. I mean, you might want to DM me anyways, but yeah, you can ask. I'm just watching chess and waiting for us to figure out what we want to do here at this low.
Gazprom's gas output fell to 355.23 BCM in 2023, according to Interfax.
So, um, yeah, yeah. I think that those are fine to take attempts on. Um, for scalping, I think that those are fine. As long as you're like maintaining risk, I don't see a reason why not, right? You're playing off of a buy side imbalance or a sell side imbalance that's been created and then looking for a reoffer or a rebid. The level holding is a bit iffy. Um, but if you were able to add tick to that level holding with like a divergence or something, or a delta divergence on an oscillator, then I think that you could probably see a bit more. Like think of a delta divergence plus a level holding, and then you have basically an inference that someone is getting absorbed, right? Something like that. Yeah, something like that could be really good with a level holding, just so it's not just playing off of a random line, but understanding that it's a failure from buy side or sell side with actual absorption or exhaustion. Other than that, then I think that those are fine to play off of, right? Because you want to see like actual participant divergence, not just like rotating price. I think like one of the easiest trades that is actually um if you do have a level that you've been really liking and playing around, the look below it and then the recovery of it is a great indication of a failure from sellers. And then looking long for the opposite direction. Right? So like that this is like one of the most common plays is like, okay, so we see weakness, weakness, weakness coming down. We get that dip below, and then we see a sell side failure at what was our buyer. So like this is now a reclaim of where our buyer was before, and the offer failing to hold this level and lowering into it allows us room back up because they've now missed their opportunity on sell side. I think that the stuff like that can be really playable for discretionary trades, because like you have to. I ask that question all the time, but it's like, where do we expect sell side to be if they were actually real, right? Like if they were being aggressive, why is this so long? But like well, again, it's the same thing for this edge at 86. It's like any look below it has to be aggressively defended from sell side if we're going to continue, or buyers are just going to take advantage of the lower price and then lift us right back up and then pop us. And we see that happen a lot with the levels on like value low and value high on balance days, where we'll see a little bit of acceptance outside on the tails, but then we'll look back in and immediately rotate. Because like if expansion is actually going to happen, we will hold those edges and that offer will be there, right? And like that can be and it's not just like a level holding, but it's the understanding of like what's happening around that level, right? Like that it's a little bit more advanced concept wise with what you need to understand, but like once you start watching that level on the DOM, like you can see them fighting for it, right? And as soon as like we don't see that offer being able to hold and we see the bid raising into it, it's like they're kind of screwed in short term. And like I'll take, even if it's a 10-point trade, I'll take that trade every day, every time, because it's a guaranteed 10 points. It feels like, at least, right? Like I have an understanding of my risk, which is like we hold that level on the recovery. I now play off of the low and I'm looking for that bid to maintain, and I'll play up to whatever the previous offer was and I'll sell into it, not add it into it. And then it's just free points because there's zero drawdown on a trade like that because we're playing with an active buyer, or vice versa with an active seller on the recovery or the reoffer of the level from below. That makes for a very quick trade. Yeah, no problem. Short weeks are the worst, man. Ugh, so slow. I would have given up on today if I didn't have chess to watch. Rustle back into our value here. Let's see if the bid can maintain above our overnight low at this 42.7. Same with ES off of the secondary leg, holding our 86s. You want to move your stops up now just below 90, right? We want to see 90 bid hold for a push back up to our 93s on ES. Same thing on NQ, holding our balance low, pushing back up to our 45s. We're looking for 45 offer to no longer be interested there for the full rotation, or a look below, right, 35s, and then the offer holding that for this to fail again. Right, I think there's not a ton here now that we're back up into this offer. What we need to see is the ability to build and then pop off. If the offer is willing to sit here, we look for the retest into our 35 and then push back down into the low. And that's what I mean by playing that secondary test, watching for that offer, or secondary test, watching for that bid. We know that this is where the seller is, right? But now it's just playing around that knowledge. But like this is 5 points if you're just respecting the balance that we've been talking about all today, right? Like 86 to 92. There you go. 91 before, but like this is just our rotation. And as long as we're maintaining this and these buyers are continuing to hold our balance and we understand that that's what it is, like money can be made here. It's you getting in your own way of that, right? Like we need to see this offer below and hold for us to feel like there's actually a sell side presence that can actually push this down. And this isn't something new. These have been the same levels all day. As soon as I got on today, we talked about the 86. Getting a bit of speed. See if 45s can now hold for that push back up to our value high in the day. Yeah, exactly. And that's why PVZ was invented, right? It was for days like this where balance is persistent. We understand what's supposed to happen and we play off the recovery or the rejection and we play the range. And like you always want more, but like as long as you're willing to accept what kind of day it is, there's money to be made. It's not fun. It doesn't feel great in it, but like you're making money, and so like at the end of the day, like you're doing your job well. What's up, Tatum? Hug that double part. Oh my god. Jesus. This is value high and your first target here on NQ from the hold of 90s. You played from 86 or from 90 hold. This is target, right? GG's. Full rotation. Oh boy. The yeah, playing him full tilt feels bad, man. Oh my. Russell coming up into our POC at 45.4. Really keep an eye on this level. This is our seller reoffer for the Russell on the recovery of value. Need to see a sizable lift over this to think that we get any more. Let's see if they can do it. Definitely want to be moving your stops up. This is now excess, right, on the day. We want to see if this fails to hold above value or if we can maintain on ES. What I mean by that is we understand that this 98 to 300 is kind of where we've been seeing a tail form, and any excess that's been in here has rotated back below value and has resulted in a full rotation down. If we're going to see more upside, we expect this 298, 300 become supportive, and then we can push up into this 305, 308. Every single attempt so far in the day has been a rejection at this 298 level on excess that we've built out. We've then rotated back below value and resulted in a full rotation down on the day. So just please keep that in mind. This has looked back into value and then become resistance. For a rotation through. We watch to see if our value high is now our offer for that rotation back down. Especially with the Russell perfectly rejecting our POC, our 45.4. Yeah, definitely sauce. Now we watch to see if RTY can find any sort of bid at our value low level here, overnight low and value low. If any relief is going to come in, you'd want it to happen ASAP right here, right? Needs to, especially with NQ at POC and RTY at our low of range. This either holds or we will make this resistance and continue on for a new low on the day, I would assume. Something like this. Really want to see this be able to find that buyer here at our value low, at least for a reoffer of our sell. Again, we want to see that look below 35s and then the offer holding here for that continuation down on NQ. It's like we have drawn. We need to see the look back over 45s and that bid for anything above. But so far, the excess play into that 298 is very easy play. Same with the 86 into the low, right? Like these have been two like very obvious positions on the day with our rotations. On both. Retesting our 45 offer here on NQ. Russell was able to hold and find that bid. Now we just need to see if it is just our reoffer like we talked about. Same thing for ES see if that offer now holds into our resistance here, right? Our value high. Watching to see if that offer now holds for a lower high for a continuation down. Retesting our value high on ES is offer. See if we can look above or if offer sticks. Same thing for an NQ. Trying to push above 45s and bid. See if we can hold it or if offer lowers into it again. Russell still bit sideways but held our value low. You'd want to see sellers really try to show their hand here relatively soon. If this is going to go for that secondary leg in our first lower high for a channel down. If sellers don't show interest yet, let's assume we just retest the highs of this, our previous high. We'd want to see them kind of push down here. Slow down quite a bit. This is like coming down on the wire. Jeez. Hmm. They should not use that phrase. We're testing our value high here as supportive on ES, seeing if that bid can move up into this 95. Russell trying to maintain as well. NQ at our 45. We want to see that bid hold just like we saw at 35s for this to play any higher. 35's held, so there's no short opportunity. Now looking to see if that 45 offer is now flip bid for a retest of our highs on NQ. Holy moly. NQ leading us down here, back down to retest our 35 if 45's hold. Need to see that look below 35s for anything more, or we are just slow flagging with Russell holding the highs. Same thing with this 93 edge on ES. Really need to see a look below and the offer kind of maintain there, or this is all just kind of a nothing burger in a range. I've been here since 10. I got here a little late today, CJ. So I decided to stay for the full session, but not a ton to talk about. Here's our look below. Let's see if the offer can now hold into 35.40. See if we get our look below 93s and hold. I'm out one here just in case, but willing to hold one, risk off at break even at 95 just in case we don't get the full rotation and this holds. Really need to see that look below 35s on NQ and the offer lower into it. Russell still maintaining, which is why I'm a little hesitant about this, especially with our 35 buyers still seeming pretty willing to defend, lift into it. The balance has been pretty nice, CJ. It's just slow. And if you look for more, then you lose. But like our levels have been really on point. And we were able to spot them pretty early on, so taking advantage of them hasn't been a chore. It's just being willing to kind of stay in the slow positioning. But my chess stream just ended, so now I'm actually going to be bored. Yeah, exactly. Right back in the middle. Yeah, you liking it? Do you like B tier anime with like plot and plot? You know what I'm talking about, Dubs? Like both kinds of plot. Like trashy but good anime. Rory and I have been watching Seventh Prince and really enjoying it. You should check that one out. Seventh Prince, yeah. It's like actually good. I haven't started Bartender Kiss. Worth? This is first target on NQ off the rejection of 35s on the look below. Pushing into our 24s. So if you're in from 45 or 35, right, like this is your first risk off, back down into the bottom of balance. I'll give it a try. It's been in my queue, I just haven't started it. I think we could see a reoffer of 35s first before we see anything else on NQ. That would make the most sense to me. I watched the first episode of Viral Hit. It seems like it has potential. I have a hard time with anime with like characters who scream a lot. Yeah, that one. It's a good filler show for the week between like Windbreaker and Kaiju and Moonlight. That one, I don't know. I'm watching it, kids, but they need to age the main character, a bit more. I don't like that he stayed the exact same appearance while everyone else grew up. It's just like a little too trashy for me. But I am watching it, hoping it gets better. Remonster, I can't do. It's too much trash. I was okay with the time skips they were doing at the beginning, but now they're doing it like literally every episode. And it's just like, all right, come on. Yeah, I've watched that. It's just Harry Potter, One Punch Man.
Looking now to the market on close imbalance. So the S&P 500, 430 million to the sell side. Nasdaq 100, 195 million to the buy side. The Dow 30 is 45 million to sell, while the Mag
It's
7
okay.
stocks
It's
are
good.
seeing 67 million to the buy side.
It's crazy though that's one guy doing that voice for all the voices in the intro. Yeah, good action show. Classic tsunami kind of vibe. Yeah, Rising of Shield Hero. I dropped that show. The show's bad now. Crazy how they ruined that. Moving my stop down here as we pre-test 86s, guys. Just a full range rotation again, right? Not expecting anything more. Here's your push down into our 86. That's the trade. Move your stops down if you want, but yeah. Russell back down into our pivot here at 41.6. NQ a bit more volatile on that candle, of course, because it's NQ. You get a little bit of excess. Still need to see that look below 86s and reoffer to convince me that we're going for that 80 target. This is Russell back down into our 30-second opening range low, and this 41.50. NQ, I could see it come down a bit more into like that 85 area if it really wanted to, 85, 81. But I feel like a reoffer makes a bit more sense. Retest our balance before that happens. But I mean, if sellers want to take advantage, they take advantage, right? We play off of our edge low. We don't try for a continuation. I tried. I can't get into it. Maybe I'll try again. I watched episode 1. No, I haven't, Surf. Who's it by? Sanderson? No, I haven't at all. I didn't even know it came out. Is this it's a novella? Yeah, it's a secret project. I have not read it. Yeah, I see that it's in the Cosmere. I'll have to read it, or I'm gonna be missing context. Maybe I'll start that tonight. Mm. 5 minutes left. Let's watch this 781 on NQ, 785, 781. This is your 30-second opening range low on NQ. Oh, sorry, opening range high into 785. Just coming back down to our morning balance. I think that we probably get a reoffer and then a continuation after hours if we hold the 80s and hold this 80 edge on actually both ES and you probably get a bit of a bump into close and then rejection and continuation down off of the failure at the highs. I'm out of my position at 86. I can't be bothered. Look for excess here. What we're looking for on ES is for us to be able to maintain below 80s in tomorrow. So if you are here in the morning and we see that 80s is resistance, this is a great indicator that expansion downside and trend is likely to happen. By the way, this is just kind of our edge low. Just like this is our edge high. This is our balance low, balance high. We kind of expect price to do something like this, kind of rotate between these pivots. But if we do see the ability to build below 80 and make this our resistance, then we have all of these people, right, who've been positioning all day looking for a breakout offsides, and this buyer no longer interested at this low, then we have the potential to continue down. So that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for tomorrow if we do see us kind of open into this area. Other than that, this was our lower target on the failure for our push below our 86. I think today is probably a good day to review just at least a little bit of some of your trades at the edges, seeing what would have happened if you reversed, if you were looking for expansion on the day, just like kind of realizing what the pattern was and correcting that, right? Because you don't want to continue to make that same mistake of trying to put risk on at the high or the low in the opposite direction, right? Like looking for that short continuation without a breach or looking for that long continuation without a breach and hold. Like it's just one of those things where on balance, like this is where we start to look to see if there's a weakening from buyers or a weakening from sellers into the spacing, and then we look for a lower high and then a pushback into value, right? Like this is what we were talking about, this push down. Like we start to look for weakness here as we are in outside of our value area. We understand that this is the range on the day and that everything outside has resulted in a reversion back down. We understand that everything outside is resulting in a reversion back up. Just like getting that, like really hammering that idea in your head and looking back at some of your trades that you took around the edges with that idea in mind, like go back and look, right? Like remind yourself that that is what a balanced day looks like, is that on the tails of value, we look for weakness from the side who's pushing price down. We look for the higher low at the bottom. We look for the lower high at the top. We look for the reclaim back inside of our value area. And then we look for the full rotation through value. Are there any questions about that? Do I need to go over it a bit more, or are we good? I hate that it does this. Why does it do So here's your reoffer, pushing back up into the lower of our balance that we were just talking about. Looking for secondary legs here would be push back in, and your offer kind of willing to sit here at our into our 810s, right, on NQ, and our 86s, 85s on ES. We want to see Russell also be able to maintain this 41.6, 42.7, this 1 point range basically on this reoffer, or it's just sort of full reversion, right? So we watch for our seller here to be pretty aggro. Should probably mark this 85, 85 that we talked about. If you struggle on days like today, it's not, it's okay. But like what you need to realize is that you either need to not trade them and figure out that it's a day type like this pretty early on so that you can avoid it, or you need to go back and back test and figure out a strategy that works on a balanced day, right? Like it's just a constant reminder that you do not need to trade every day and you do not need to be in every rotation. And having a plan of not trading is just as important, right? Like being able to understand your environment that you're in and where you struggle. Like you don't have to overcome that. You just have to be able to catch it and then not trade it. I just want to remind you of that. Like you don't have to trade every day, and that's something that I think a lot of people struggle with. Is like they feel like they have to get better at this. Some people just trade trend. Some people just trade balance. You do not need to trade both. You do not need to master both. But you need to be able to recognize it early on and understand when you have edge and when you don't. It's key. Doesn't seem like anyone has any questions on the day, so I guess that's that. Your reoffer of our bottom, our balance and rejection. Yeah, I think below 80s and a hold, seeing our offer switch below 80s, we probably get some expansion. I would say it's probably pretty likely that we have room if we start to develop between below. So like what we're looking for to happen, Ty, is for this to become resistance right here. We want to see willingness from sellers to kind of maintain below today's balance and then push down. And I think that we can probably trade back into our lower pivot into the 60 area. I would assume that this is where we're looking. Geez, CRM got ruined. I haven't started that one, Kiz. What am I watching, like, actually? Let me go and look. I am watching Moonlight Fantasy, Girls Band Cry, Reincarnated as a Slime, Seventh Print, Kaiju, windbreaker. I think that's basically it. But I'll try bartender. I'm really enjoying Girls Band Cry. It's full 3D though, but I think they do it well. Yeah, good 3D actually. It's a music show. I really like the concept because they
New Zealand house prices
my
are
God.
forecast to rise 4.5% this year and 5.1% next year.
The concept is they actually created a band for the show. So they hired a
And so it's worth noting these are slight downward revisions on New.
they did a full casting of random musicians who have no online profile, who are just like talented young musicians, and they created a band for the show and had no voice acting experience. And then they released an album, and then the album is the music for the show. So it's actually just like a bunch of like local talent of like young musicians who then created a real band, and the show is about creating a band as well. And then they put out an album, which is a really cool concept. And then they voiced the characters, which is kind of cool. So like the show is actually about their real life as well. It's a really interesting concept. And their music's pretty solid if you like math rock or like J rock at all. It's like pretty good. All right, I will see you all tomorrow. You guys have a good one. See you, Nick. Have a good one.